Hello there, everybody. Hey there, hi there. How's it going, ya Danieldo, Darluck, Avisari, Enzi, Storm, Stolid Fox, Ivy Blade, Vibrating Sheep, Cookie Patch, Storm Champion, Foo the Skunk, and everybody else. Hello, hello, happy Saturday. Welcome, user. Is this real? I think so. Is the internet real? Question of our time. Are any of us real? How can our usernames be real if our eyes aren't real? And how can the silent be real if we don't start Slay the Spire? Happy Saturday, Zenith Rose. Got up to the final boss on both ends of Hades 2, but haven't managed to beat either. Well, keep trying and you'll get there. I think I'm mostly done with Hades 2 for now, personally. We still haven't gotten the last win with the daggers, but I'm pretty satisfied, regardless, with our attempts from yesterday. And I don't want to spoil myself too much on what's going to be in Hades 2. There's still a ton to be added, polished, refined, and all that. So I think I want to leave a lot of that discovering for the actual full release. Is it modded Spire today? I'm not planning on it, no. I'm playing some A20 silent runs. Seeing if we can further refine our strategy with the Green Lady. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of HG Forest. Did you hear about the tree that thinks it's a dog? Its bark is worse than its bite. Shall we play some Silent today? We had some really funny runs yesterday. In particular, this double grand finale after starting with Fusion Hammer. Definitely not something I expected to turn into a winning run, but we managed to pull it off, just barely. Oh my goodness, Real Dather, that's quite a run. Molten Egg into 2 Reapers into Magic Flower, wow. Oh no, Fele. Actually, can you remind me, in the Slay the Spire board game, what is the lose condition for the players? Is it game over if any one player is KO'd, or is it game over only if everyone dies? Any player. Okay, yeah, that is what I remembered. Cool. That definitely makes it kind of challenging as you get more players at it, I guess. You're only as strong as your weakest player, huh? Interesting. York says, I mentioned playing Defect with Mummy Hand, Storm, Heat Sinks, and Creative AI yesterday. Now you've got that exact run. Very cool. I hope it gets suitably silly for you. Ooh, random rare again. Very tempting. With a forced early elite, huh? Interesting, okay. And a Slime Boss act. This looks like a pretty tough Act 1, from what I'm seeing here. Spooky. And with all of our starting options are a little iffy too. Terrifying. This is a terrifying situation to have at the start of a run. This is absolutely not what you want to see. If I was on high streak, this would be nerve-wracking AF. Holy moly. So the first major obstacle here, we have to get past this first elite that we're mandated to fight. There's no way around fighting one of these three. And then we have to get past the slime boss later on. And yeah, if this turns into a nightmare seed, that is to say, if none of the early combats drop potions or damage cards, this run could go very south very quickly. So ideally in this situation, you then want to take a starting bonus that gives you some kind of guaranteed output, ideally guaranteed damage output. But let's look at the starting options. Random rare card could be very helpful, but it could also be disastrous. If we get a bullet time or a nightmare, then we're adding this big, useless card to the deck that's only going to make us worse at elite fighting. We can take Niao's Lament. We could try to snipe an elite even, potentially, with Niao's Lament. At the very minimum, it guarantees we don't have a Jawworm incident or take a lot of damage in the first encounter, so that's kind of nice. It's at least guaranteed to be a mild positive, I would say. We could take 15 damage, choose a rare colorless card. This lowers our current health, which is definitely unwise looking at this kind of act. Really strongly advise against this starting penalty. And then we get to choose one of 3 rare colorless cards, which has the same issue in that we could get a big useless card. We could end up looking at Mayhem, Chrysalis, Metamorphosis as the 3 options, for example, and then we either skip the card and then we're just down 15 health with no bonus, or we take the card and then we're down 15 health and we have a curse. Either way, we're going to die very quickly if this low rolls. Last option, lose the starting relic, get a random boss relic. Could be a strong upside, could be the best option. We could Astrolabe into Terror, Glass Knife, or something insane like that, but that's very unlikely. We're just as likely to get Busted Crown and then perish more or less immediately. So we have 3 options that might actually make our situation worse, and we have Niao's Lament, is how I'm looking at this right now. Pretty spooky situation, for sure. Our best odds of lamenting is this one in green here. We get this elite for free, potentially. We have 1 encounter, a shop, 2 event rooms that have to not roll combat. That's about a 70%-ish chance to not have a fight here. And then we can fight the elite. We can also buy something in the shop if we're desperate. And I would like to fight another elite afterwards, so we'll still do elite prep either way. Though if I go to the rest side, I have to fight another elite. Terrifying. If there's 3 question marks, if we go, let's mark this in white, blue. If we go this route, to get through 3 question marks is closer to 50% chance of failure here to get this one. That's a much riskier path for trying to use the Lament. But we have to commit at the very beginning. There's no choice in pathing, unfortunately. Yeah, either we win or we learn. Failure is one of the best teachers, that's for sure. I think this is going to be Niao's Lament here to give us the best chance of escaping this early trap, I would call it, but these are definitely the situations that can lead to a very short run on multiple fronts. That said, I would love to know what the random rare card is. Would love to know. Am I willing to gamble on it? I don't think so. Not when I could also get a free elite, potentially, from the snipe. So, let's do it. Let's take Niao's Lament here. Yeah, at least we're basically guaranteed going into the elite with 59 health, and I can buy a potion at this shop if I want to. Yeah, I'm pretty happy having a free Jawworm fight. Very hard to get out of this fight without taking at least some damage. with the starter deck. Currently sitting on the wheel event with 4 health. Good luck. Oh, man. Sneaky Strike, Catalyst, Tactician. Pretty content with the Sneaky Strike as an opening card. This is a good way to get through the Lagavulin fight, which we might have to contend with. Because once you get to -4 strength in Lagavulin, you're pretty much toast, because your strikes only do 2 damage. But Sneaky Strike will still do 8 damage and can help you finish off the foe. Not trusting a floor 1 Catalyst, especially not against Slime Boss, where the poison doesn't even necessarily work that well. We are offered a Terror. I'm probably just going to buy Terror. Apotheosis in the first shop's kind of cool. I actually, notably, we do have enough money for Blade Dance and Accuracy is another option. Huh. Should do one of these two, that's for sure. Blade Dance Accuracy will flop a lot. Not quite sure I understand. Terror 2 can be bottom deck, of course. It's just as likely to be on the bottom as Accuracy is. Get to buy a whole synergy on floor 2, it's true. We've had first Sneaky Strike. What about second Sneaky Strike? Notably, the Blade Dance Accuracy works in the Sentries fight where the Terror doesn't. Accuracy doesn't make Gremlinob angry, Terror does. I'm gonna go Accuracy Blade Dance here. Slime Boss splits and removes Terror. Accuracy doesn't also. So actually lots of reasons to take the Accuracy over the Terror there. We get a random freaking treasure chest. That's awesome news. 75 gold and a pantograph. What? Okay. Things are going much better than expected so far. What happens here? No combat. All right. We can either gain more money or we can remove a card from the deck. I am down to remove a strike here. I actually took the Lament. Yes, I did, and I'm actually getting a free elite out of it, too. We're starting to cook. Yeah, losing 7 health not that bad with Pentagraph, either. Let's take a strike out of this deck. Make up for the fact that I just bought 2 cards like some sort of chump. You know, you get those for free at the end of every combat, right? Who the hell buys cards? Someone who knows that card rewards aren't reliable. That's who. Do I take any of this? We take a prepared, right? Because now a Sneaky Strike is more reliable with a prepared. Yes, that's a good reason to have a prepared in the deck. It's definitely not a real card, though. Yeah, I think we should take it. Because then we can take more discard-esque cards as well. And it's a potential later upgrade. It's a bad card with a decent upgrade. Draw 1 more, discard 1 more. You have to dedicate the upgrade to it, or get it upgraded for free somehow for it to be really worth it. And let me tell you, I am happy I'm not fighting this thing with no upgrades. What a stinky fight. How do I pronounce my username? Baylor Lord is the preferred pronunciation. Ooh. Jet989 says, I have a suspicion every seed has a, quote, perfect path buried in the depths of choices. Would be fascinating if after death the game would reveal the win path. I think that would be cool, but the question that you can't answer is, how does the game determine the perfect path? Players have a hard enough time. So yeah, about that accuracy bottom decking. That said, if we didn't have the accuracy here, we'd be getting a different uncommon relic, which honestly I would probably prefer. Give me that Darkstone Period. I'm cool with bottled accuracy. I was gonna upgrade my Blade Dance anyway. Brute force on a supercomputer. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am not sure if a supercomputer is strong enough to do that. That's how complex this game gets, with all of its layered choices. The decision matrix you end up with ends up having many orders of 10, many orders of magnitude. What about a really supercomputer? Yeah, a supercomputer from the future. Yo, I guess the question is how many orders of magnitude removed is brute forcing this game from a current quantum or a supercomputer? I don't know. But yeah, you'd need a really, really good computer is what we're trying to communicate here. It's a lot. For comparison, just Floor 1 combat versus Jawworm, I believe, blows chess entirely out of the water in terms of computational complexity and possible game states. And then you have all the other floors magnifying on top of that. Dread Turkey, thanks for the Prime sub and the 2 years of support. We've got a couple good options here. All-out attack is another discard interaction and offers us some AoE damage. Leg sweep is a really good block that we definitely want to have later on. But our next fight is going to be either Gremlin Knob or 3 Sentries. And I'm going to be honest, all-out attack is better for both of those fights than leg sweep is. I guess I'll take all-out attack over leg sweep. Feels bad. Still gonna upgrade Blade Dance. No potions, so this elite fight's actually a bit scary. Okay, not a bad turn 1. We drew exactly 3 energy of cards to spend energy on. That's perfectly fine. Blade Dance is going to do 8 times 4. 32 damage. Cool. We're still getting slapped on turn 3, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. I might be dead. This draw order. Yeah, next turn we die. Bummer. 24 kills me anyway. That's a shame. We never kill, right? We can only do 19 damage over the next 2 turns. Yeah, we're completely hosed. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. 2 damage short here. We do get enough block to live this turn, question mark. But then we're dead next turn. Wait, unless... Prepared of the Gods? Question mark? Okay, we play the strike first, and then we play prepared. And then we have a chance of drawing a damage card. It'll be actually pretty high. We're very likely to not die here. Hold on. And there's a fire I can rest at, too. Hold on. Hold on. Strike first. So it's going to be... 8 out of 11 chance. That's pretty good. We live for now. Whew. That was bad. That is why you need a potion to be able to fight an elite in Act 1 as silent, usually. We didn't get any potions. And that was not good, but we are alive, and that is good. It says Shiv on it. I'm taking it. Yeah, that would be nice against Gremlinob. We might fight another one. Or, no, wait. No, we won't. We won't fight another one. Yeah, that's a bit late, huh? Alright, let's see what the treasure chest is. This is our current path here. There's no way to die. We do get to rest. We have Pantograph later, too. This is also why you don't take damage as part of your starting bonus, right? We needed every hit point we had. Ceramic fish? You're not a real relic. I'll still take you, though. Pretty early on. We'll get a bunch of more cards added to this deck eventually. And I'm going to take a nap. Thankfully, our next opponent is just a single cultist. Still in the easy pool. Could have played prepared first in case of sneaky strike. I guess I just won't even bother. Only got 8 health, like whatever. It killed. Alright, we get a power potion. We're offered a nightmare, or a second sneaky strike, or a poison stab. Nightmare is kind of hilarious. I don't think I want nightmare. Do I want nightmare? Maybe I do. A really good late game card. It can do funny things with accuracy or with blade dance, quite frankly. Yeah, Nightmare can beat the boss. It can also beat Lagavulin. Let's take it. Let's take it. And I think I want to take an event here. This could be a heal, which would be good, or an upgrade, which would make up for resting again or something. Not that good defensively, so I don't like 20 health into this elite fight very much. I could go to the shop. We have enough money. It's really funny that we went to a shop, spent all our money, and I'm already back up to 200 plus gold because of the treasure chest and the fish and such. I'm going to take the event, though, which offers me more money. Alright, I was planning on maybe resting a second time anyway. I guess I'll just do that. That sounds good. Now I'm really rich. Hello. Do I need to power potion here? I think it would make my life a bit easier. We're at 50% chance to get a new potion, and the ancient potion can do good work in the slime boss fight. I'm cool with all that. I like After Image and Infinite Blades a lot here. I think I'm going to go with the After Image. If I were to Nightmare it, the new copies would not be 0 cost next turn, so I'm not going to bother doing that. That would be too much setup. By the time we've gotten 4 After Images in play, we've already taken 25 damage. It's not going to work out. Cool. Go accuracy, cloak, give all that attack. No, they won't be free because the effect that makes them free is only a this turn effect. The power potion says it's free this turn. Next turn, new copies are made, but the cost effect wears off. You can create zero-cost cards with Nightmare if they are free in a way that makes them still free on the next turn. For example, Madness makes them permanently zero-cost. And if you Nightmare a Madness card, they'll still be zero-cost. Or a card that was randomly zero-cost because of Snecko Oil. Or just the regular Snecko Eye. Same deal. 7 is one shift. Cool. We actually managed to get out of this fight without taking a single point of damage. Encouraging. Get a Smiling Mask. Cheaper removes at shops. Another gold multiplier for us. Take a second all-out attack or an acrobatics. Draw and discard. I like the acrobatics here, given that we have the sneaky strike already, as well as wanting to cycle back to our Shiv cards. Let's take acro. 9 more gold. I'm going to upgrade accuracy going into Slime Boss here. Where are the combat relics? Where are the combat relics, they say? How about a heal 25? Is that combat relic enough for you? I think we good. Okay, we can Nightmare Cloak and Dagger. That would allow us to split next turn. And then we'd have 3 Cloak and Daggers in the deck for the redraw. Would have been better to Nightmare Blade Dance, but we were not given that chance here. Would an event that permanently reduces a card's cost by 1 be too strong? It would definitely allow the player to break the game in some instances, but that's true of a lot of things in Slay the Spire, and I think something that the game should let you do under certain circumstances. So I think that'd be a pretty cool event. And I have seen mods that effectively do that as an event. That's your blood. Thanks for the 8 months of support. Yeah, let's Nightmare the Cloak and Dagger. I don't want to get youped again. Same damage either way. We split at 65. It's not a great split, but I do have the Ancient Potion, a Centennial Puzzle, and quite a bit of health here to work with, so I'm not too afraid. Taking 1 damage sounds like a good thing, actually. Let's focus on the Gray Slime first. That one's really quite a troublemaker. Give me Blade Dance, please. Not Blade Dance. So I can do 26 damage, bringing this fool to 23. That's definitely going to split. I guess I'm okay with that. Acquiesce, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Welcome, welcome. 2 slimes that have 23 health is a bit much, but we can kill them quickly enough. Really thought this one was going to go for weaken eventually. Apparently not. Annoying. It'd be a lot scarier without the pantograph, I'll tell you that. Okay, so we have Sneaky Strike, Blade Dance, Cloak and Dagger. We should be able to dispatch pretty much everything here. You want to use the Sneaky Strike on this one. Then 30 would split, or I can just take 6. And then save the split. It's a lot of slimes. We're not out of the woods yet here. I think I want to avoid splitting right now. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll take the debuff, I guess. This might be time for Ancient Potion. This fight is still not completely free. Goopy. Yeah, let's use the Ancient Potion, although this could help us against a Chosen in Act 2. I think we're okay against Chosen. Really don't want to die here. Guess we'll split now. Get rid of 2 more slimes. Okay. Still gonna get weakened, huh? I can't kill next turn either. Let's weaken this one then. Yikes. Yeah. Terrifying fight. These green slimes have no chill. We won't be weak next turn. Let's bring you down into strike range. You really gotta thin the ranks here. Could even maybe argue for playing the slimed, but I'm gonna have defend. Okay, we're out of here. Holy crap, what a fight. Terrifying, but we're through. We are rich. And we have an after image now. For 1,000 cuts, but sure seems like an after image type of deck to me. Helps our block. Scales with more Shiv cards. Fun nightmare target. Lots of options. I've already got damage scaling, so Envenom doesn't seem as appealing. Same story for 1,000 cuts for the most part. Yeah, let's take an after image here. Doc Tan, thanks for the Prime sub and the 10 months. We are being offered Runic Pyramid with Nightmare in the deck. Seems good. Means we don't get additional energy. If we want additional energy, we have to take Philosopher's Stone. Definitely like Runic Pyramid. I think that makes for a comparatively comfy Act 2 after that nightmare of an Act 1. I almost want to try replaying this seed, choosing a different starting bonus and seeing if you can get out of Act 1. I wonder how cursed this seed is. I'm very glad we're here alive, though, that's for sure. Hatfee, thanks for the Prime sub and the 27 months of support. Let's take a Runic Pyramid. Very happy with that, generally speaking. What relic would Boss Swap have gotten us? I believe Philo Stone. I think you get the middle one. And thank goodness we have early shops available. We could even do 2 shops if we wanted to. I wouldn't say we are the best at elite fighting. Looks like we might have to fight our way through 1 elite early. I'd really like to have good potions for that. Thinking something like this. Only have 4 strikes already. Cool. But we don't have to fight elites. Mr. Grand TV, thanks for 350 bits. All right, dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of 22. 2 men are mourning at a funeral. The first says, "Would you like to say a few words?" The second says, "Cornucopia, plethora, abundance." The first says, "Thank you. That means a lot." And no refunds. This looks a little bit painful here, huh? We can do 50 damage. Thankfully, we can kill one of them, so we'll tank an 11 to the face. Don't love that. Does seem to be our best bet. We have no block whatsoever. Yeah, we have lethal on one of them, so we do that. I guess the only question is, do we use the weak potion to save 3 health? Then I think the answer is probably not. Happy to buy a potion at the shop. I'd prefer not to have to buy 2, though. So we go accuracy, blade dance, 4 shivs, plus all that attack is 50 damage. Could have tried gambling with all that attack to try to get the sneaky strike for free, but there's no real advantage to doing that because it's not letting us kill anyone that we wouldn't otherwise be killing. So I don't think it's worth trying to gamble when there's no payoff for the gamble. No, discard the defense. And then after image, cloak. Then kill the fool. Yeah, we don't even get a potion. Yoink! Yeah, we want that for sure, not backflip. Definitely not backflip. Give me blade dance. Heck yeah. Bag of marbles is pretty spicy. Smooth stone is okay, giving us 1 dexterity. These potions are all kind of bad. Flash of Steel is decent when you have after image, and I think actually surprisingly good here, and encouraged to us because it's on sale, is Outmaneuver. Trade 1 energy this turn for 2 energy next turn, and given that we retain all of our cards, Outmaneuver can do quite a bit here. That can help us set up Nightmare plays, too. This Nightmare is pretty hard to use at the moment. So I really like Outmaneuver. We definitely buy a remove here of a strike. I think I'm going to buy the Bag of Marbles, too. We have Bottled Accuracy and multiple Shiv cards, right? So if we get any Shiv card, that's going to do 15 damage per Shiv on turn 1. Thoughts on Flash of Steel? It's 3 damage and 1 block. It's 98 gold. I think it's too much money for what we're getting compared to saving that money for a relic instead. Which card has changed most in my evaluation over my years of Spire? Heavy Blade certainly has. So has Phantasmal Killer. Although that... my early opinion doesn't count because it used to cost more. So that was different. Do I want to go to another shop? Not really, right? That means going to the Burning Elite. That seems unnecessary. That's stupid. That's stupid is what that is. No, we're not doing that. So do I buy the Smooth Stone then? Might as well, right? That seems pretty good. Every little bit of advantage helps here with only 3 energy. Pyramid's a little tough in Act 2 for that reason. We could buy an Ancient Potion, I guess. I'd much rather buy the Smooth Stone than an Ancient Potion, though. Dagger Throw has surprised me quite a bit, too, although I don't think I've ever had a particularly low opinion of Dagger Throw. Quick Slash has gone down, 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 in opinion, though. Yeah, I don't actually think we need the Ancient Potion for Chosen Safety, because we already got Chosen Safety in Bag of Marbles here. At least hopefully we did. Let's go double Relic. Relics are good. Relics are strong. Need to find a potion, don't I? If I want to go this way. I could buy the Colorless Potion, or the Dex Potion. Why is Quick Slash bad and Pommel Strike good? The TLDR is Pommel Strike upgrades to draw 2 cards. Quick Slash does not. Ironclad has Strength and Vulnerable on a lot of their other cards, and Silent does not. Also, Ironclad can use Exhaust paired with the Sundial to turn the Pommel Strike into an infinite combo. That's also not a thing on Silent with Quick Slash. So those are sort of the 3 main reasons. You can take 2 cards and compare them directly mechanically, but ultimately their existence is part of a greater context, the actual full set of cards on the character and all the available synergies on a character. So even if 2 characters have an identical card, the card won't perform identically for them for that reason. And Pommel Strike has Strike Dummy synergy, true, as well as working with Perfected Strike. So other synergies that exist for that card that don't have an analog for Quick Slash. Basically, Quick Slash interacts with almost nothing that Silent does. There's effectively very few ways to improve this card or make it strong on Silent. It's very rarely more than just do a little bit of damage, draw 1 for 1. Whereas Pommel Strike can be so much more on Clad. I think I'm going to buy the... I guess the Dexterity Potion is really good for Parasite or something. And then I will take an event. Writhe Curse and a Relic. I don't think so. That Writhe Curse is Hand Clog for now. If this was just before a shop, I would do it, but since it's just after a shop, I'm not going to. I leave. Yeah, it's you. Okay. You stinky. Why are you so stinky? Looks like I don't need to use the Dex Potion yet. You're already full block here. Cool. You're a jerk. Okay, now I can consider using a potion here. It's my best bet. Let's see, we can do Survivors, Sneaky Strike, Defend, Blade Dance. That is how much block? 10 block plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 17 block. So yeah, I have to use either the Weak Potion or the Dex Potion if I want to not take so much damage here. I think the Dex Potion is the way to go here. This is what we bought it for. Save a bit of health in a fight like this. Rather have the weak pot for the elite fight. What is a card for silent that I wish was better? Infinite Blades. Would like for it to be better, but it's just pretty bad. Doppelganger I'm sufficiently happy with as is, actually. It's not too bad. No potion. Setup, huh? All right, let's do it. This is a setup deck right here. Put a card from your hand on top of your draw pile. It costs 0 until played. Surprisingly good card. In conjunction with A, Runic Pyramid, and B, Nightmare. And there's two reasons for that. One is that we can use it to make the Nightmare 0 cost, which is pretty strong. And then we can Nightmare a card for free. Okay, that's kind of cool, right? That's nice. Okay, sure, whatever. Option B is that we can set up the card to be Nightmared, and then Nightmare that card. We talked about how discount effects that end at the end of the turn wear off if you Nightmare the card. Setup says it costs 0 until played. Not until next turn, until played. And so if you Nightmare a card that's been set up, the copies are 0 cost, and they will stay that way until you play them one time. So we can set up After Image, duplicate it, and then we have 4 0 cost After Images. That's why we want setup. And we have lots of card draw, too, so it's not too bad that we have to pay for the draw twice. Sounds like a lot of setup. Yes, it is. It's going to help us beat our boss, though, which is pretty important. We can also do the same thing to a damage card. I can set up a 0-cost Blade Dance and then Nightmare that. We do really need some Nightmares, some upgrades now, I agree, which is why I think we have to fight this Elite. If we can survive this Elite fight, we get Rest Site, Rest Site, Rest Site, Rest Site. 4 Rest Sites. We can upgrade Nightmare, we can upgrade Setup, we can upgrade Acrobatics, or Outmaneuver, or Prepared. We can upgrade the After Image. We can upgrade quite a few things. And that would make our deck a lot more effective. We've already got plenty of relics. I don't need to keep trying to collect as many as possible. If we have a better way to scale, and I think we do now. This event is potions. Oh, thank goodness. Yes. Ancient Potion, Blessing of the Forge. I like both of those things. Blessing of the Forge, in particular, very strong here. Do we want Ancient Pot or Weak Pot, though? Weak Pot is better against Book of Stabbing. And Gremlin Leader. Okay, yeah, lose the Ancient Pot. It's Book of Stabbing. I don't have any damage on turn 1. Not ideal, but we can win this fight. We can definitely win this fight. I want to Acrobatics here. Maybe I don't. Could just do something like defend, accuracy. Prepared to discard an Acrobatics, and then I take 2 damage and I draw up to 10 cards. It's pretty reasonable, actually. Keep the Neutralize in hand. Yeah, I kind of like that. Not playing the Acro here, on purpose. Oh, okay. Actually, no, we're gonna use this, because that's a ton of damage on turn 1. Although, maybe duplicating. We have another Blade Dance. Yeah. Use this on turn 1. Okay, so I'm playing 1 defend. Maybe I do play the Neutralize then. Maybe I just use the weak potion now. Surely this won't be a very long fight. Are we forge potting? Not this hand. Not yet. No, we want to hit some combination of setup, nightmare, outmaneuver, the other blade dance. Maybe just use the neutralize now. Let's do that, actually. Take 4 here. We have a full hand. That's not a good draw. Bummer. That is the opposite of what we wanted to draw. Dang. I guess I just forge pot this hand, huh? It's a fully unupgraded hand, so we get 9 upgrades. That's gotta be good enough. We could roll the dice with all-out attack if we want to try to get Sneaky Strike for free. I don't think that's necessary, though, because I can just use it with Survivor next turn. It stays in our hand. We don't have to play it now. Does feel like I want to use both of our potions now. All Out might discard Sneaky Strike. It could also discard the Blade Dance, which I would not be happy about. Although, what am I playing otherwise? If I go Defend, Defend, Blade Dance, I'm... Okay. Guess we are playing All Out Attack first. Alright, what happens here? Cool. So that works out, I suppose. Now we can play the Blade Dance, too, actually. Actually, no, I need to double defend. We have 18 this turn. 18, huh? So I want to take 2 here. And realistically, we want to kill next turn. Seems difficult. Let's see, if I play Survivor, Blade Dance, Cloak and Dagger, we do 50 damage, bring it to 25. Oh yeah, then I can just play 3 strikes. Okay. So that takes 2 and then wins the fight. Is there any better line than that? I doubt it. Don't have a guaranteed way to do any more damage than that next turn. No, I think we just do Survivor, Cloak and Dagger, Blade Dance. We're good here. Discard the Nightmare or whatever. Seems like we're fine. This kills. Not too bad. Get the Eternal Feather. Further reinforcing that going to 4 rest sites is exactly what we want to be doing here. And a freaking Malaise? Get in here. Hello. Awesome cards. Very awesome cards. I'm going to start by upgrading setup. We already saw the Chemical X, though. That's true. Apparitions. Okay, but those are really good, right? Those are actually very, very good. Excellent Nightmare targets. And if we upgrade them, they can be retained in our hand. Don't have upgrades to give? I strongly disagree. We absolutely have upgrades to give. We can upgrade these all day. And they're an insane nightmare target, too. And I have free healing with Eternal Feathers, so even though our max health is greatly reduced, we heal back to full pretty easily. Tiny chest, goodbye. That's not an event. Malaise for 3 makes you a 3x3. That's pretty non-threatening. I'm healing anyway, right? Yeah, let's just malaise. Could have acroed to try to get an apparition, but there was no need for that. Okay. So I can nightmare that apparition if I want to. There's no need for that either. Or the Shiv. You heard me. Make your own blade dance. That easy. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Deck might unironically want a second prepared. They help me discard apparitions that aren't upgraded. They make room in hand. I like them? I like them. Don't want 3 of them, but 2 is good. 2 is definitely good. Could fight this elite. I think we have decent odds, although I don't love it doing it with no potions. And given how valuable our upgrades are, I'm going to avoid the elite here. Oh. Yeah. More energy, please. Jordracy, thanks for gifting a sub. To Relancis, welcome, welcome. For the coziest of subclubs. I think we only need to upgrade 2 of these apparitions, by the way. We have so many ways to discard or otherwise remove cards from our hands. For example, this one I can just discard. Balthamos with the Prime sub and 41 months of support. Thank you, thank you. No, thank you. Upgrade. We upgrade next. We can upgrade Outmaneuver, Nightmare, or Malaise, or an Apparition. I think are the best upgrades. I like upgrading Outmaneuver with this Malaise. Let's do a second Apparition and then Outmaneuver. Not going to upgrade the third Apparition yet. Do I see myself as a jack-of-all-trades kind of player? I would say I generally agree with that, yeah. I'm most interested in improving my weakest character, generally speaking. So, for example, I don't have interest in improving domination over Watcher and achieving very high streaks with that character because I can't do the same thing with the other characters yet. I'd rather have all 4 characters at a roughly equal spot. Don't like where this is going. Can melees for quite a bit this turn. What do I consider to be my weakest character? Either Silent or Defect. They're both pretty weak. Let's try the following. Take 3. Really wanted to have Apparition for this turn. Cool. Bird here. You can't hurt me. I'm invincible. Okay, here we go. Good fight. Your potion's good. Piercing Whale or Corpse Explosion. We're fighting Bronze Automaton. Feels like we don't need more defense, do we? Surely not. Corpse Explosion can deal with problematic minions, and it can break artifact layers. Let's take a Corpse Explosion here. Yeah, worse Piercing Whale than normal, that's for sure. And I'm going to upgrade Outmaneuver to give us additional energy after we play it each time. That one's reusable, unlike the Nightmare upgrade. So let's do... Set up on accuracy here. Discard this Apparition. Sneaky Strike for free. Nightmare the 0-cost accuracy, then play it. We get 3 0-cost accuracies added to our hand. So now we do 28 damage per Shiv. That should make for a pretty short fight. And then I can, what? Outmaneuver, Defend, Survivor. We take some damage. We draw back up to 10 cards, and I have 6 energy next turn. That sounds great, too. What energy relics would I turn down from this boss? Probably Busted Crown? Actually, would I turn down Busted Crown? Maybe not. We have all the pieces we need. I don't know that I would, is the second answer. Fusion Hammer? Velvet Choker. Yeah, Velvet Choker, I think I would have to. Maybe that's the only one. Take 9, that's fine. Keep the Apparition. Draw like a maniac. Steal Corpse Explosion anyway, how rude. That's a good turn. And yeah. Seems good. That's all she wrote. GG. GG. And that, Twitch chat, is why we took the Nightmare. Really good way to get through these endgame boss fights that we now have to qualify for. Starting with Bronze Automaton, and then in Act 3 we've got multiple bosses to deal with. Love these options. A second Nightmare or a second After Image. Or a die-die-die. I like second After Image quite a lot. But second Nightmare has some ridiculous nonsense you can do. Very notably, set up one Nightmare, use the second Nightmare to make copies of the zero-cost Nightmare, and then at that point, nonsense occurs. Complete and utter nonsense occurs at that point. We can perpetually create zero-cost Nightmares, and then also perpetually create, if we set up another card, for example, if we set up the After Image as well, we can perpetually create After Images and Nightmares, which is really funny, for one. How reasonable is it? I'm not sure about that. Definitely entering Silly Town at that point. We already have the apparitions. It just seems more reasonable to take the After Image, but it also means we're less likely to bottom deck the Nightmare. And we can Nightmare apparitions twice. You know what? No, let's do it. Let's take another Nightmare here. And Coffee Dripper is surely free. No resting at rest sites. Who cares? I heal for a bajillion, and I only have 33 max health. Could take Pandora's Box, transform all the strikes into Fens, and get 9 gold per card. That is pretty cool. But without more energy, I think we might struggle a bit. Jeranoy, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, everybody. Remember when this run went to 1 health against Gremlin Knob? Pepperidge Farm remembers. So we're going left path then. Yeah, we are. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We go for the Burning Elite. That means no merchants. It means no rest sites. 1 rest site. That's just how it is. How's it going, Ironclad George? And I owe the chat a dad joke for Star-Lord. What kind of music do astronauts listen to? Neptunes. Not the world's best turn 1 here. I'll play the powers. But I'm not pleased. Hopefully we get a apparition here. Yeah, we do. Okay. Corpse Explosion will make this easy as well. Yeah, we should have Corpse Explosion, the one with the most health, but I'd already damaged the front one. So, oops, I guess. Oops, I guess. We win regardless, though. Blur is kind of cute. Doesn't say plus on it, though. Get a random fight. Of course we do. I didn't draw any block. Hello? But my face, though. I'm just gonna Nightmare a Shiv here. We can make this a short fight. Remind me not to fight double orb walkers if we see them. That was not encouraging. It's not encouraging. Do I have any advice for Into the Breach? There's almost always a solution to a given turn, unless you're playing on Unfair. So take a moment to look carefully at each turn and see if you can figure out ways to solve the turn, preventing all the incoming damage. Pushing enemies into the path of other enemies' attacks is one of your best weapons at your disposal. If you can't kill the enemies outright. Try to spend most of your money on fusion cores from area to area so that you can power up more upgrades. And yeah, if you're playing on Unfair, it's unfair on purpose. It's tough. Not double orb walkers. We do get offered madnesses, which are interesting. Although I don't think I have enough card draw to want madnesses. I'm going to lose 2 max health here. Lone Wolf and Cub, thanks for the Prime sub and 2 years of support. Hey, wait a minute. It's them again. Why are they back, though? For 22. Yes, I can block for 21. Perfect. I'll discard Malaise. Hit me! Kill the one with 59 health. That's the lesson I have learned. Get him. Terror with a plus on it. That's pretty good. Makes all of our attacks do substantially more damage. And it's free. What did the Ironclad say upon entering a room full of goblins? I should probably cleave. I like it. We can nightmare the terror to terror everyone. Terrorize the world. Except they're already terrored. Concerning. Doubly concerning. So I'll get rid of Nightmare? We should have played it or something. I think we're good, though. Nightmare now. What if there's no need to Nightmare? Or to Apparition in the first place? What then? Is the bot down? There he is. We've had first setup. Don't have any dexterity, so deflect doesn't seem that good. We're mostly blocking by being intangible a lot, which is fine by me. I think my upgrade wants to be one of the nightmares to make it cheaper. Although upgrading acrobatics or prepared also a little bit tempting here. How's it going, Balger? First time catching me live, been catching me on YouTube for years. Glad to hear it. Well, welcome, welcome. Upgrading after image, not the worst idea either. Admittedly. Thinking about Nightmare Blade Dance here on turn 1. We could also just Nightmare Apparition, I guess, right? After image... No, after image, Nightmare on Apparition, then Apparition. That's even easier. I don't need to kill the daggers if they KO themselves. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna get rid of malaise here. We do get a bunch of wounds at it, which could be an issue only if I permit this to go on too long. But I will not permit such a thing. We're waiting on the shivs. Until I can properly nightmare accuracy here. I do need room in hand. Why are the blades dying? That's just what they do on... that's what blades do. The first turn they're here, they attack for 9 and add a wound. The second turn they're here, they attack for 25 and they die. As they attack for 25. Get a white beast statue, that's pretty good. It's here. Uh-oh. What's the plan, they say? Uh-oh. They don't know. This is a pretty good fight to do this in, too. This is definitely a good fight for this. Hot. They scale, though? So? So? Think I care about that? I'm not going to care at all about them scaling. We do kill 2 of them. Then the fun can begin. Though, if I cannot, I can just use the fear pot. Totally okay to use our potions here. Yes, totally okay. Get math though. Foolish. I can't math though. Very foolish. No. Okay, set up this nightmare. Don't play after image yet. Kill this fool. So now we use Nightmare on the zero-cost Nightmare. We'd like to set up an after image. We don't have to do that immediately, though. And I'm going to Nightmare after image, too. Then play this and this. All coming together. We do want to lose some of these cards, though. So we just play a bunch of these. So how y'all doing, chat? That's right. That's life. It's probably enough after images. Actually want that. Can you skip these? Yes. Nightmare, 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 alchemize, nightmare, alchemize. Get 10 block per card I play. Now we fish for potions that we want. Not Fairy in a Bottle. Not Smoke Bomb either. Note that we'll actually never draw the cards in the draw pile because of what I'm doing. Now all my alchemize is going to be free, too. Even better. Nightmare, nightmare. Nightmare, alchemize. Nightmare, alchemize. Oops. Silliness ensues. Yeah. So we're looking for two things here. One, we want Ghost in a Jar in order to have on-demand intangible later in the run, and we also want Regeneration Potion, which you're allowed to make from Alchemize to heal us back up to full health here. Because yes, we can just heal the damage we took in setting this up, because it is truly that OP. The upfront cost we pay, irrelevant. We get it all back in the end. Also, we can make a Discovery... I guess that's fine. Might be able to make a Hand of Greed as well. We cannot make fruit juice, thankfully. Otherwise, we'd be here a really long time. I guess I should play the Apparition, right? We have nothing to... get more things per turn. They're upgraded again. So there's technically a way to make infinite health because of Entropic Brew. It looks like we might not be able to make Entropic Brew. I'm not sure. Though I don't think we've seen all the potions yet. There's one ghost. See if we can get a regen potion before we get a second ghost. Nope. All right. 21 health sounds fine. Does it, though? No, it doesn't. I'll discard one. Toy Ornithopter would save me a lot of time here. That's right. We only need one regen potion, so it shouldn't take that long. There we go. Too perfect. Calipers would be good here. Oops. Easy. Did it on purpose. Alright, we're out of here. How does he do it? We leave with full health, 2 Ghost in a Jar. That is the power of 2 Nightmares with Alchemize, and the setup making that really convenient, too. Give me a Backflip Plus, please. Thank you. And a Preserved Insect is very nice going into probably 2 elite fights here. The first one being the Miniature Giant Head. Is this how we beat Heart? With Alchemize? No, probably not with Alchemize. Do not think so. Please hit me. You. Guess I'll let maneuver. Not sure if it's gonna be good though. At least malaise. Doesn't seem very helpful, though. Here we go. Could set up something in the Nightmare. Is double Nightmare required here? I think we're fine. Let's set up the Blade Dance. We got him. We got him. Beautiful. Get a strike dummy that makes Sneaky Strike do more damage. Do I want a Cloak and Dagger plus? Kind of, yeah, actually. Shivs are the main damage source still. Yeah. I'll take that. Jesus Wep, thanks for the Prime sub. Well, and 2 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Secret Technique is ludicrous here. Master of Strategy is good. Purity is okay. Dark Shackles is excellent. Wow. Give me Shackles, Strategy, Secret Technique. These are very good colorless cards. Nightmare Bandage Up, also a hilarious option. We could have unlimited mid-combat healing. That's cute. Feels unnecessary. Do we want Secret Technique Plus? I don't know. Always got Ghost next turn. We're fine. Or I can Secret Technique for an Apparition. Or for a Master of Strategy. So I think I'd rather just have the Apparition. This time. Spooky. Clam Bandit, thanks for the Prime sub and 16 months of support. This might involve having to use a Ghost next turn, but better than having to use a Ghost this turn. Don't like it. Although consider, if I use both Ghost Ninja Jars here, I can do the whole thing again. So that might be our best line. Use the ghosts and then get them back. That's what they're for, right? Repto's not really scaling. The constantly summoned daggers will add wounds to the deck, but we just saw how we never actually draw from the draw pile if we're doing the thing. I guess I can backflip first, right? Although I slow us down by a turn if I backflip first. Grab Thar's hammer. Discard the cloak. Then acro. Okay. Still looking for Apper Image here. Don't need to make more nightmares at this time. Let's make more apparitions. It'll buy me some time here. Gotta be careful with how I do this. Oh, I have no block, though. Yet. It's fine. Some block. I'm also okay if we get a second ghost before I heal to full. I'm fine with that. Literally the bottom card, by the way. Cool way to kill the daggers, by the way, with that corpse explosion timing. Cute. And I do want to draw the setup. That might not be viable. Not viable. I think we need after image 25 or so for this to be comfortable. Hand. Getting all of these cards, so I can play this now. There we go, okay. Sweet. Okay, one more Nightmare After Image. Ooh, that's good, actually. That upgrades the Alchemizes, and then they are free. So now they're all free. That's great. I lied. One more Nightmare After Image. I do want to go to 25 here. Nightmare, Nightmare Optimize. Alright, poor Repto can't do nothing here. Nightmare, Nightmare Alchemize, Nightmare Alchemize is the turn each turn now. Poor Reptomancer. Ignored by us. There's the healing. More healing. Throw the smoke bomb. Oh, you can get Entropic Brew. So confirmed, you can get Entropic Brew from Alchemize. I'm not going to try to do anything fancy with that. I'm not even sure the Entropic Brew can make fruit juice. I feel like the devs didn't allow this somehow. Don't forget to use these first. BE says it can make it out of combat. And so does a Forgotten Arbiter also says that. Entropic Brew can make fruit juice out of combat. That's a nice way to handle that. Very cute. I'll drink that. Don't need another nightmare, thank you. Cowards. Let the player have their fun. There we go, okay. Keep one of these. I'm gonna draw into the draw pile now, see if we can find lethal. Wasn't even that long. They still got 82 turns of such and such. Want these two cards in hand. Just in case I end up with all the wounds in my hand, although there's only 5 there. Okay, we are free. We are back to full health. We're back to 2 Ghost in a Jar. We get a War Paint, upgrading 2 random skills, and if we want it, we can take a Footwork. Might prefer a Piercing Wail. So we have a way to stop the Heart's multi-attacks. Although we could just stall infinitely against Heart. Wait, this deck can stall infinitely against Heart. I just realized that. I've never been able to do that on Ascension 20. I might do that for fun. We have to make another... we have to update our screenshot, right? Yeah, we have the 1001 screenshot. Needs to be updated. Needs to be updated. Not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. That sounds like I don't need any of this then. Skip. History will be written today. Upgrades to defense. And then we forgot to recall. Interesting turn 1. I see a way to take 9. 9 is fine. We heal to full with the feather. 9 is fine. We can just be intangible to kill this fool. That's good. Hello. Happy to see you, to offer us a card remove, Mr. Merchant. There's Lantern, there's Orrery. Definitely gonna remove a card. -1 strike, please. Nope. Thank you. Nash is cute. Does this stall infinitely for multi-attacks? Yes. Actually, yes. Gabs the Bard. What would I want from Ori? Calculated Gamble? Another copy of Nightmare? Bullet Time? Maybe Concentrate? Wraith Form's pretty good. That's right, we just need 15 block per turn, plus countering the Beat of Death. So, some number of after images, plus unlimited intangible. We'll do it. Any powers that we want? Another after image would be good. Let's look at it. Acro, Piercing Whale, Acro, all the discard. Bane plus. Bane. 1,000 cuts. Okay, I don't think we want any of this. Although 1,000 cuts as a damage engine for Heart would be funny AF. It's not required. How's it going, Nexia Nate? How's the run going so far? Extremely silly. So yeah, that was a complete waste of money, but I don't think I care. Skip the lantern. Okay, first boss. Awakened one. Be a little careful here. How do I want to do this fight? We have Panagraph, so it's okay to take damage here. Duly noted. We get the Awakened one? I didn't think about that. We can do 1,001 screenshot with the Awakened one. That's a great idea. But why not both? The meme run to end all meme runs. Okay, keep the Apparition then. Guess I just play the accuracy. Spire's got to be taught a lesson now and then. We could do the same thing with Time Eater too, right? This is so dumb. Okay. There's one. So I'm allowed to use one of these Apparitions, no problem. Probably I want to do that. Currently, the goal is dig for the other nightmare. Or the secret technique, which can find us the other nightmare. This would be good practice for the hard fight, too. I'm absolutely okay if this run ends up taking an obscene amount of time as a result of our nonsense. Okay. How do we contend with this? I'm just gonna acro. Okay, shackles are here for next turn. Guess strike here. Be 1/4. Let them live. I don't know if I can let them both live. Yeah, a turn like this is problematic. I guess I can set up the 2-cost nightmare, make room in hand. I'm not allowed to play the after image. Okay, yeah, set up nightmare. Try to block this conventionally. I think I have to kill one of them. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna weaken this one as well. Okay, you can use that apparition. And then we're essentially guaranteed to be able to do nonsense next turn. I think we're there, right? Once we get nightmared, we have full invincibility, essentially. And we can begin the long process of doing very stupid things. I like it. And we'll have one friend to show off, too. It's great. What happens if Nightmare and Secret Technique are bottom deck? Then I have to use one Ghost in a Jar. I still have the Alchemize, so we can even recover from that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Use this Apparition, use both Defends. Don't play any of this. So there should be no risk here. We are 100% to do the silly thing. So now we want to Nightmare the 0-cost Nightmare. Use the 0-cost Nightmare to Nightmare Apparition. Play Apparition. I do have to take 5 on this turn. That's fine. Yeah, so first we must duplicate the free Nightmare. Now we can duplicate anything else, which has to be the Apparition that I'm about to use to survive. Or I could Ghost in a Jar to save 5. That's not worth it. Gonna have enough room in hand? Yes, we are. Make sure we play Neutralize for hand space. So we're gonna get 3 Nightmares and 2 Apparitions. Is the setup a bit slow for hearts? It is, but that's where the double Ghost in a Jar comes in. So we should be able to do that. So it's Nightmare, Nightmare. Nightmare After Image. Play After Image, Apparition. Cloak and Dagger. We get Nightmares and Apparitions next turn. This is a delicate balance that we're doing. Get Blade Dance out of our hands. Is the After Image even needed in this fight? Yes, we need After Image in order to get the Awakened one to 999 strength. You heard me. Get Nightmare, Apparition, After Image, yes. Will we have to play 500 After Images? Yes. Yes, we will. And I have to not mess up at any point during this process. This could take a while. Will take a while. But I have played now almost 8,000 hours of Slay the Spire. And I have never been able to do this. So anything less than 8,000 hours sounds great for a time here. I guess we should just get the last Nightmare out of our hands here. Yes, we're going to have 500 After Images. Focus on After Images for a few turns here. Should have Nightmare first. The lesson here. What is the goal here? The goal here is both Both of these enemies have 999 under their strength value. That is the goal. And we're still alive. Just to prove that we can. Is there a cap on after image? Surely you shouldn't be able to gain more than 999 after image. Since that's the block cap anyway. How do we win, though? Slowly. It's gonna be slowly. We'll have to keep a couple of cards in hand. 2-0 cost nightmares, probably. And 1 apparition, just to make sure we never get murdered or anything. But yeah, it's gonna be a while, so crap in, because this is getting silly. Is there a better way to do this so we don't have a full discard pile of extras? We could limit ourselves to 2 nightmares per turn. And then we could stop making extras. And with 4 cards, 2 nightmares. We do it like this. That's a better way to do it. 2 nightmares per turn. Be careful, though. We're almost a quarter of the way there. That's one discarded. We're 1/8 of the way there. All right, nightmare, apparition, nightmare, after image. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nightmare, nightmare. Nightmare after image. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too many nightmares there for a second. Here we are. But the cap on stacks of intangibility. Probably 999 would be my guess, but I don't know if I've ever capped intangibility stacks. Seems pretty hard to do. Nightmare. Intangibility has no cap. It is Forgotten Arbiter, who I would trust on the matter. Alright, I promise I won't do this with Time Eater as well. Or Donu Deka. I think just doing this against one Act 3 boss, and then if we can do it the heart, is sufficient. This is already probably the most strength you've seen on Awakened one. Well, just wait. I'm not stopping yet. We're going all the way, baby. Worst day of your life so far. Denjurgen Wergen, thanks for the Prime sub and the 9 months of support. Why are we stacking after image? What's the point? We're trying to make the Awakened one as angry as possible for comedic value. Purely for comedic value. And then I'm going to lose the intangibility. We can take a screenshot, and then I'll kill it slowly. The bird has become fully awakened. Although I feel like we should get it to exactly 1001, right? So I shouldn't go to 999 strength. We should go to 995 strength and then stop. Seems perfect. Could also poison overflow the heart. Oh, man. That's a funny idea. But yeah, this exact combo will stop Heart cold as well. Although we won't need so many after images. Will I be allowing Beat of Death to cap out too? It only goes to 3. The Heart will scale up to full damage a lot faster than this as well. So we don't have to worry about that taking so long. Are we soft locked? No, I can stop this at any time. Stop anytime I want. I'm not addicted, you're addicted. I could also infinitely make alchemizes, that's correct. Be really careful. Tempted to go like fast as possible, but if I misplay this, I could ruin the whole run if I misclick here. So I do have to be careful. If I lose my last nightmare, for example, that's game over. So a little bit of slowness is a good idea here. Just to be sure. I do have some more nightmares. No, I have apparitions and after images. There are no more nightmares. So there's no recovering from screwing this up. Although I could make some nightmares. Just for safety. There we go. Just in case. I'm the Rhinestone Cowboy. What a nightmare. Thanks for 10 months. A Prime sub. Kind of a rotating pattern that I play these in. It's kind of fun. We're almost halfway there. Would using the Alchemize make this faster? Not exactly. I wouldn't say faster. That's fine. I did that not quite correctly, but now I can discard a card. For those as well. Draw one. The shuffle animation took a while there. Nightmare after image. Nightmare. More than halfway there. Imagine if Ceramic Fish gave me money for this. The power. Angriest awakened one of all time. Yeah, going to 995 is the goal to get to exactly 1001 on the multi-hit. Which is the same damage the heart will do when it maxes out on strength with its multi-hit. Nightmare after image. Past Degenerate a long time ago. It sure did. I did it. That's why we made the extra nightmares. Cool. Hold on. Yeah, that was a mistake. Knew that was going to happen eventually. Glad we made the extra nightmares. There we go. Okay, recovered it. Spooky. Nightmare after image. Still in phase 1? That's right. You sure are. Okay. Got this all-out attack stuck in my hand now. That's fine, though. Plays this. Cool. There we go. Okay, I've restored the proper hand state. Let me resume. Good thing we have Dark Shackles to lower strength for the second phase. That's right. Nightmare the Nightmare. Would getting set up in hand make this potentially faster? Yes. But digging for setup makes it slower, and I have to adjust a lot of stuff. I'm cool, as we are. I'm good. Voltus is keeping up pretty well in strength with the Awakened one, too. Ah. The never-ending stream of new viewers coming in being like, what the hell am I looking at? It's very entertaining to me. Thermage. May have committed some light treason. Just a little bit. Happens to everyone, I swear. Do it like this. Want my intangibility to go downward here. This run started yesterday. Feels like only yesterday. We were at Meow. All right. 100 more copies of Afterimage to go. We're almost there. Nightmare. Make more apparitions. I'm scared. Let's see the numbers real quick here. Spooky. Why so angry, though? Seems fine. Just put that away for a minute. Terrifying. Do we still need the apparitions? Yes. Although I get not hundreds of block per card I play, we can't get more than 900 block. And so the enemies are OP here. Definitely. Why are we still playing After Image? Because number go big. $50 more After Images to go. Getting really close now. Militime, thanks for the Prime sub and the 5 months of support. It's Militime. Really just sat here and watched the whole thing? It's kind of captivating, isn't it? I too have been here the whole time. Made a bit worse by the fact that I gotta click on all these cards every time. Be a lot harder with less than 4 energy per turn. I need some of these. Big number. So I just want to play 5 more of these, right? Go to 995 strength. That's perfect. So we'll have 1 after image in hand. I'm going to draw some new cards here. Cool. Nightmare, Nightmare. Nightmare, Apparition. And then Secret Tech for Prepared. Fine. Perfect. There's apparitions, okay. Better do some weird stuff now. What's the best way to do this? Gotta play like 1 card per turn. I guess I can just draw a card and play it. Although that card is mostly going to be after image. Look at that. Yeah, it's mostly going to be after image. But we can just Nightmare and Nightmare and make another Nightmare. Without actually having to ever do anything. If I flood the deck with too many Nightmares, we could have a real problem. I guess it won't matter, right? So I'm never going to see the discard pile. I'm never going to see the discard pile. So what is the end goal here? We're just waiting for the cultists to finish upping their strength, since we're basically all the way there anyway. Hoping that their attacks align, but we'll see. Thousand and 1 times 4. Look at it. Look at the beauty. That's what we've been waiting for this whole time, is to see this ridiculous number on screen. But wait. No! They didn't align. No! Disaster. All right, we'll have 1,006. I guess they can both be doing 1,006, actually. So we can get them to the same number. I think this is very important, that they be on the same number. Surely chat agrees. Vital that they have the same number on them. Maxed strength. All right, here it is. Behold, 1,005 times 5. All right, this is our screen grab here. This is it. Now we just have to win the run from here. We did it, Twitch chat. Achievement unlocked. Ludicrous enemy damage. There's no way to block that, right? There's only 605 cards in the exhaust pile. Easy peasy. All right, so we're going to go Nightmare Apparition. Nightmare. Nightmare Blade Dance. Exactly 500 after image is pretty cool, by the way. Int82, thanks for the 18 months of the tier 1 sub. Now we just need to get to 999 after image. Pass. I'm gonna say pass to that. Oh, but I draw new cards. That's right. Oh, the corpse explosion. Rip that guy. Whoops. I forgot I played that so long ago. I did my best. Unethical. We have 6,000 block for a second there? Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe that doesn't require calipers then. What an interesting development. 1,009 times 3, you say? That's a big number. We did it! It only took us a whole hour pretty much in that fight, but who cares? That was great! Now we have a normal deck again. Did you know that we're very vulnerable? Apparently. Realize that, but yeah. Apparently we're pretty fragile. I got 2 ghosts though, we're fine. I think what I'm gonna do is this. Terror Deca. Corpse Explosion Deca. Malaise Deca. Bring that down to an 8x2. Okay, here's Nightmare number 1. Can survive the turn normally, I should. Now let's do it again! Prefer not to do it again, quite frankly. Gonna be honest, I'd prefer we don't do that. Do the following. Wrong target. Whatever. 2. And on this turn I can just block normally. Okay, there's none the other nightmare. Not too fancy yet. Secret technique, set up the 3-cost nightmare, backflip into it, use nightmare on the 0-cost nightmare, use the 0-cost nightmare on apparition, GG. This fight is also over now. But we do need the after image. Don't want to let the plated armor scale out of control here, though. We have to be at least a little bit careful about that. Runtime so far, yeah, we're closing in on 3 hours here. It's definitely a ridiculously long run because we're doing ridiculous things. That's great. Love being ridiculous. How would I win if he scaled plated permanently? We would have to use Corpse Explosion to kill. With 6 poison. We have 1 poison card, that's good enough. With the nonsense we're doing, right? Game is progressing? I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense. They gone. Ghosts preserved. We have full health with Eternal Feathers, so we're in perfect condition as we go into Act 4 here. Two thump, two thump, two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source of this evil? Prepare our daggers, dealing 2156. The heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Have I been here before? How long has it been? Yes, I think a break is a great idea. Let's get to the shop here, and then we'll take a break, refill the legs, stretch the water, all that jazz. We could upgrade the final apparition. We could upgrade prepared. We could upgrade malaise. We could upgrade acrobatics. Somewhat like upgrading one of the prepared. Upgrading alchemize is decent. Gives it an energy discount. After Image Plus is just innate, that's correct. Which I'm not sure we even want. Is it Alchemize if we want to overflow poison? I don't think I'm going to try to do that. I think we're just going to go for a max damage heart, infinitely stalled by a normal A20 run. All right, let's just be sure I don't lose this no matter what. It's fine. That's a lot of health. So is the strawberries technically better? We definitely want to remove a card. Definitely want to remove a card. And then I guess we're probably buying some hit points. Before I decide what to do here, though, Twitch chat, I'm going to refill the legs, stretch the water, all that jazz. Since we've been live for about 3 hours, I think it's break time before our final battles. We're in for a long heart fight, again, if the desired nonsense occurs, but that is going to be up to the draw order of the deck to actually happen. Can we go infinite turns against Heart with this deck? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. All right, Twitch chat. I'll be back in a few minutes for some ridiculous nonsense. BRB. Okay, Twitch chat. We are back. And it's time to settle the long-lasting debate. Do we go strawberry or waffle? We go waffle, of course. It's way tastier. Baked today just for us. I'll take those 7 additional hit points. Why not? Do we want one more prepared? Just as a way to avoid hand clog here. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. Making room in hand is the equivalent to drawing cards. Hey there, Krakan. Nice waffles. So, 2 fights before us here. We want to get through the elites without using the ghost in a jar. That may or may not be reasonable. And then onward to the heart, where the goal is to survive as long as we can. Which I cannot wait to show off, hopefully. At least the elites have less health and all that. Can I take 1? Because that'd be really helpful. Accuracy after image, Blade Dance, and Defend. Blade Dance is 4 cards. Yeah, that is perfect, right? If we after image first, play the rest, and then we have the exact right amount of block. So I draw 2 more cards for next turn. No, I did miscount. I was meant to play 1 card before the after image. I'm not sure where I miscounted there. Oh well. I think I forgot the +1 on the defend. Because it was already a block card. Oh well. In that case, we only get 1 extra card. That could be bad, actually. Okay, not what we wanted to see. We do have Ghost in a Jar as an emergency option here, but let's see if we can draw some cards first. Okay, we got an Apparition and a Nightmare. I don't think I need to overcomplicate this. We can just Nightmare this Apparition. No, I can't, because I have to use it. Alright, set up the Nightmare then. Can't use the Shackles because the Spire Spear has Artifact, unfortunately. And we don't want to do any more damage here because they have block. So we just stop playing. No, let's make a little room in hand. Okay, we can Nightmare that Apparition. That seems fine. Cobalt de Carrots, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Corpse Explosion will definitely make this easier. I think we want to Corpse Explode the Spire Spear. Do it like this. Okay, we can Secret Technique for the other Nightmare. Although I don't yet need to. Maybe better to get Acro or Master of Strategy. Acrobatics. So we have 2 more turns of intangibility lined up. We just need to finish the Spire Spear. If we can Nightmare the Blade Dance, I think we're good. We still need to be intangible, so just do that. Okay, this seems like it's probably sufficient. We do this. Although next turn, this has 99 block. Although I guess that doesn't save it, right? Corpse Explosion does 180. So we might as well set up Blade Dance. Might as well. Now we win. Tingsha. Kind of a hilarious way to kill Heart, actually. Kind of like it. Tactician could provide more energy. Although, do we have to fear Tingsha getting an early kill? I don't think so, because we can control exactly when we discard things, right? We're not too worried here. So yes, let's take the Tingsha. We could probably have the highest per combat damage output Tingsha's ever had. We can get it over 500, I bet. Do we want a Tactician? I'm not sure that we do. Early kill? Why is that a concern? How little they know. Alright, good start. We got Apparition on turn 1. And Dark Shackles on turn 1. That's good. So we don't even have to use a Ghost yet. Alchemize in hand, huh? We could play After Image here, but we're looking to make more copies of it. So we don't want to use it yet. I believe we just want to end the turn now. If I play Blade Dance and the Shivs, I'll take damage. So yeah, let's not. Get the multi-hit first. I like that. We have one in the Nightmares already as well. Definitely looking at some hand clog, though. Do want to be careful about how we try to play this. There's a lot of cards we have to draw through. do this. So we get 4 new cards next turn. No damage to us yet. This is a bit awkward. Do I just want to Ghost in a Jar now so that I can alchemize? Instead of using Apparition. Tempting. Very tempting. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Cool. Good. Okay, we have our setup Nightmare. I believe I want to keep the Malaise to stop the next multi-hit. So let's not use it. Perfect. Okay, we got big hit first. We can use one of the apparitions here. Seems fine. Yeah, it seems fine. Looks like we've made it, though. We have our combos set up. We only have a few more cards to draw through. And we're immune for several more turns here. So we are good. Delightfully good. I think we go Apparition first. Then Survivor, discard Wound. Corpse Explosion, Terror, Malaise. Now we can Nightmare the Nightmare, and the fun begins. We're on our way to Silly Town. Not again. Please not again, they say. Guess what? Too bad. Did you know it works even on the heart? It's true. The heart will scale faster than us, right? Right? Surely, right? Surely the heart can outscale anything. Right? Got more nightmares. That was just foolish, though. Can this survive indefinitely? Yes. Yes, it can. Okay, I actually don't need this many after images. How many turns can we go before the game crashes? It's a pretty resilient game, actually. You'd be surprised. How can I be so sure it can survive indefinitely? Great question. I think that's the sort of thing that's easier to demonstrate, which is exactly what we're here to do. Although we don't need to wait very long, actually. If you look carefully at the heart's strength number, you'll see that it's already at 68, which is very big. Dear heart, why so big, though? It just went to 120 strength. And now it buffs again. 172, so it's getting plus 52 strength each time it buffs. Take that. We perfectly block the multi-hits with one card. Just one. Not are vulnerable. Terrible. Don't forget about the potions. Oh, you're right. Thanks. You're right. If I Nightmare the Wound, I can lose. It's a way to lose. It's fun, I think. $432 strength. See, we're out of intangibility. Let's be careful then. 129 is a big number, huh? So 3 apparitions, okay. Okay, we can just make more of those. We have a ways to go. Keep the Shiv in hand, actually. Why have the Shiv when I can use Tingsha? Wait, you're right. You're gosh dang right. Just keep the prepared. This is our kill card. You're right. What are we doing here? We're waiting patiently for the heart to give up. Could be any minute now. You can see its morale breaking already. Is the vulnerable gonna wear off? That's the question. Oops. Lost a nightmare. Good thing I have a few spares. We're at 900 strength. How long is this run? We're at 3 hours and 37 minutes so far. And it's been worth it. Every minute. When do we start attacking? The time is almost nigh. Almost. Plus 50. There it is. 1,001 times 15. We saw it again. It's only been about 5 years since we were here last. Pretty insane. Let me get that screen cap. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, this is as much damage as the heart can do, and we can still block no problem, right? We just play Apparition, and we good. So, yes, we can survive indefinitely in the heart fight with this setup. And now I will do the nonsense. Are you prepared, Twitch chat? I'm prepared. Guess I don't need the apparitions that much, huh? Can we win before the heart runs out of a vulnerable? That is the question. That's the question. Acrobatics feels like it's allowed. It just seems fair. It's so dumb. That was not my last free apparition. We're good. Might be the dumbest thing you've ever seen. You're welcome. Blame the game for giving me a tincture. Really ought not to have. Okay, keep that. Make a few more of those just in case. Terror's gonna wear off. True. We're only doing about 18 damage per turn with this. It's not enough. Not enough, I say. $252 per combat so far. Actually, wait. Acrobatics might be better. Although I can't keep it in hand if I play it. Now, can I? Surely I won't settle for only one run today, right? $134 cards in the draw pile. Why it is so dumb, though. $100 more times. We're doing about 6 per turn. I can Beat of Death go up to? It stops at 3. Although, again, note, even if Beat of Death were, say, 999, because we're intangible, we only take 1 damage anyway. So it wouldn't matter what Beat of Death is, because we are intangible. Hold on to acrobatics. What turn number is this? 96th turn, according to that little pop-up in the middle there. Nightmare prepared an acro, that's right. Okay, don't lose all the apparitions then. Nightmare acrobatics, Nightmare apparition. Now we're cooking. Am I having fun? Yes. Believe it or not, after you play the game normally for thousands of hours, this does seem kind of entertaining to do one time. More acrobatics. Most well-prepared silent there ever was. Play dance, who needs it? Not I. Setup is still in there, okay. We have 4 turns until the vuln wears off. Can we do it? I should have just played that out whenever, whatever. Quit hitting yourself, Mr. Hart. Oh, is it actually the bottom card? Oh my god, we we shuffled over 100 cards. It was on the very bottom. Glorious. Ah, heck. The last turn of Vulnerable. Here's our chance. Time's up. The shuffle animation. Too good? It's happening. It's happening. On the final turn. With our final energy, GG. Mr. Hart. GG. Oh, that might be the stupidest run that we have ever had of all time. That is precious. Absolutely precious. GG. Final score for Tingsha, 633 damage dealt per combat, 6 per turn? Wait a minute, that doesn't add up? Oh dear. Oh dear. Matajalik, thanks for the Prime sub and the 25 months. It was a little bit psychotic, but it was worth it. It's going to be a nightmare to edit this for YouTube. Good thing that's not my job. But what a run. What a run. GG. Oh, huge thank you to everybody who helps me with the YouTube, by the way. Do appreciate Riley and the crew. What a ridiculously long run. I can't imagine a better one to immortalize in some fashion. Has it been done? It has, although it took a long time. The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. GG. Nerail, thank you so much for the 999 bits. 1 bit for every damage that the Heart and the Awaken one did. By the way, we went 211 turns in the Awaken one fight. 103 turns against Corrupt Heart. We did 24 turns against Repto. That wasn't so bad. 24 turns against Jawworm Horde. The tracker can't keep up with how many potions I made, though. It's not quite right. Yeah, and imagine if we had just died to the Gremlin Ob, right? We left floor 8 at 1 health. We could have very easily started a new run and just reset the streak, whatever. You know, oh no, Gremlin Ob's impossible to beat, whatever. Next run. We didn't, though, and silliness ensued. This is one of the greatest runs of all time, that's for sure. What a great run. Greater than the Necro run? On a similar level. It's up there with the Necronomicurse run, up there with the Blasphemy Vault incident, the Lesson Learned Searing Blow nonsense. Again, Awaken one was 211 turns. We took 14 damage in that fight. So silly. By the way, I could have stalled for longer against the Jawworm Horde and against Reptomancer. We could have fished for 25 gold from Hand of Greed, in addition to all the other stuff, if we really wanted to. Defect Game 15, also a very legendary run. As was Silent 5, the Jawworm incident. We've had a lot of legendary runs. Yeah, number 5 in that streak was also insane. Madness. Absolute madness. So, here's what I'm not going to do after that, is play another serious A20 Heart Silent run. And that sounds hard. But I don't think one run is enough either, so... we're going to play Clad, and I'm going to do it fast. But it's still going to be A20 Heart. We're going to see what happens here. We're going to see what happens here. Let's embark. Ironclad any percent? No, not any percent. Ironclad true ending. Bunkin' time. Nice. Go to shop. Like uppercut over pummel strike, but not by a whole lot, actually. Flex bag of marbles. Let's freaking go. Actually, an okay thunderclap. Next boss is Hexy. I'll remove a defense. Just take flex spot, right? I'll try Boomerang. I don't think it's very good, though. Wake up. Pretty good. Heavy Blade or Headbutt? Let's go Heavy Blade. Give me strength. Bit of power potion there. I decided not to. Nice. Corruption, huh? Pretty lousy corruption. skip it? I'm gonna win late game. I'm gonna skip it. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. Take the power pot for Hexaghosts. I don't need as much health. That's a good amount of health. Nib I like. Beat? Beat is not very speedrun. Let's try Shockwave. Beat is not very speedrun. Okay. Upgrade Pummel, I guess. I'm hoping for a decent power pot here. Yeah, that's... there we go. That'll do it. The ghost is toast. Oops, my bad. Forked my pen nib here. Nice. Offering is amazing. I don't think I want Busted Crown. Ceramic Fish says take Pandora's Box. So does Astrolabe. Yeah, Ceramic Fish also says take Astrolabe. I think I want the Pandoras, though. Get more money, more transforms. 8 total transforms? Let's do it. What do you got? Double Brutality, double Rage? Interesting. I like it? I kind of like it. Yeah, I kind of like it. Definitely need a way to scale to beat Champ, though. How the unholy heck do I do this from here? Not sure. Let's see. Where block? I want to block. Blocking is stinky. Terrible card. Happy Flower or Pen Nib to gain more chance of rare cards. I don't actually want rare cards necessarily. This I'll take, though. Yeah, easily worth it. Bag of Prep and a Ride, that's just a pure profit. Pure profit. What about Rupture? Rupture, actually amazing. All right, Rupture, get in here. You can take Prismatic Shard. Does that help me with a speed run? It might, actually. Sure. I'll play your game. We chat. I'll play. Uh-oh. Bust Barricade. Oops, crap. I want Combust, not really. Don't want Havoc, that's for sure. Alright, good talk. We have a second bash now. Good for us? Good for us. Definitely didn't think this through entirely. All my weakened vuln is here. I want to go Shockwave. Bonk. I'll keep the potion. Boat thingy is very good. How do we feel about stack? Purity's not terrible, maybe. 3-0, thanks for the full year of support. I think I want to go this way. One less elite, more upgradey stuff. If I could choose one shop relic to be a regular pickup, what would I choose? That's a good question, actually. Membership card's kind of cute. Chemical X. Cauldron would be neat, actually. Cauldron would be sweet to find, normally. He's not going well. Hummel first. Ow. Hand drill. Actually, yeah, I would like hand drill a lot more if it was a regular relic. Unironically. There, yes. Blade Dance is actually insane. Get in here, Blade Dance. Blade Dance Rage? Let's go. Potion Belt actually doesn't help that much right now. I have 80% potion chance for some godforsaken reason. Just need Rupture for Champ. Let's rest. Oh, what a great turn one. Holy. This is 13 by 4, right? That just kills everybody? Except for the middle guy. Easy fight. Spell-forming clay. Let's go. Oh, my lord. Omniscience? Omniscience. 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 What does it mean? What does it mean? Yeah, surely Omni can't be bad. Especially with Snecko making it random cost for this fight. Even better. I don't need to offering, but I'm going to. Dead force field? Wait, force field? Is that my block engine? It's got a plus on it, too. Welcome, force field, I guess. Die Dirty Bum Die, thanks for the Prime sub and the 10 months of support. Yeah, hologram is insane, though. Let's get, armaments upgraded, maybe. Ooh, and flame is okay. I'd remove one of the bashes? Why do I have 2 bashes? That was so stupid. I could also remove 1 brutality. I don't need to yet. What do we at here? 14 minutes going into champ. We're not that fast at the moment. This is a bit of a weird run. Surprisingly hard to play the omniscience. Bonk. Oh my freaking good lord. Blasphemy, please. Better than Reaper, surely. Surely. I'll take a Slaver's Scholar, too. We gotta upgrade that Blasphemy immediately. Also have to go here. Shop is not required. What a ridiculous day of Spire, ain't it? Ain't it just, though? Hey, what's our spiker solution? That. Does not help me. Ancient Potion for Heart seems pretty good. I do want the healing, though. Okay. Yes, for sure. Definitely for sure. Oh my good lord, yes. Wow, double Master of Strategy is an absurd pickup here. That's why you don't click crown. Upgrade to at random, transform to, or remove an upgrade at random. I'm just going to upgrade to at random. Seems good. Seems great. For a second, I was worried. Let's do this. Heat sinks, let's go. Heat sinks! Heat sinks! What do you mean heat sinks? Oh my god. Heat sinks. Please no. Help! Already played Arma. Alright. Just omniscience anything I want. Seems good. Wow. Wow. I think I take the Shrug and the True Grit. Do I take the Evolve? I have Heats. Yeah, I do. Cool. Seems good. I don't get to retain most of this. What is happening here, though? Unironically, what even is this? Why are you still here, Mr. Giant Head? Shivs do over 100 damage. Calipers, oh my god. Oh, this run is so dumb. Why is this run so dumb? How is this run so dumb? Better question, maybe. I'm wondering if I get a turn 1 kill somehow. Yeah, I do. Math is hard. There's the Blasphemy. So I can double Heavy Blade. Okay, that is surely enough. Liquid Memories too? Okay. Oh, shoot. Think about that, though. Just get the Boomerang, then. Cool. That's fun. Pretty sure I get to blaspheme at this time. Let's just double check, though. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Good liquid memory started too. Okay, we have Omni turn 1. For this fight, I think I want to Omniscience Rupture. Why not? Obtain 1 block. Brilliant. Seems unlikely that I could kill them both, doesn't it? Reach still works, though. So does Shockwave. Okay, that's fine. Should have played Whirlwind for 3 more block, though. I could have killed them both, actually, with Blasphemy. And now I'm quite sure that I can. Alright, who's next? Time Slug. Time Slug shouldn't be too hard. Looks like. Now this is content. Still at under half an hour here. Not my fastest A20 heart run by any stretch of the imagination, mind you, but we're doing quite well here. So we go Offering, Shockwave, Blasphemy, Omniscience, Heavy Blades. He's freaking dead. 2 thump, 2 thump, 2 thump. All my relics are on the wrong numbers. Whoops. Doesn't matter. Hopefully. One last upgrade. I heal with Meal Ticket. Upgrade to Offering. War Paint's pretty helpful. Or War Cry, rather, not War Paint. Words are hard. My hand is full. My hand is too full. Excellent. Omni Heavy Blade? Omni Heavy Blade. Yeah. Cool. I'll kill you. Can use liquid memories if I need to. I don't think I need to, though. Good. Kunai. Interesting. Ray could get us into Divinity normally. How quaint. I'll take it. Got 2 power potions. That's good. Corruption? No, we don't want a corruption. This Juggernaut's fine. The Rupture's good. Next turn is no damage, so we can panic button, no problem. Let's just do this. Scale me! Actually, yes, I did. Now that's what I call damage. Destroyed, sir. $300 damage. GG. 33 minutes and 10 seconds to kill the A20 heart with the prismatic shard. There you go. GG. 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 Yeah, pretty typical Ironclad run, I guess. Nonsense. Just nonsense. Not a very good day for Hart today. Dang. Getting bullied real hard. GG. GG to his chat. Yeah, what has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. 7 times slower, or faster than the previous run. 7 times faster. Crazy. That's right, so we should be able to have a 20 streak in just 10 hours. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Okay, Twitch chat. That is enough silly Spire for me today. I've got some Ace Attorney to play, so that's what's going to be up next here. We're going to continue the second story in Ace Attorney Chronicles. Before that happens, though, I am going to take a quick break, refill the legs, get some water. When I return, ridiculous lawyer action ensues. Back in a few, everybody. Alright, Twitch chat, we are back. The Spire might be over, but the silliness is not. All right. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Welcome back, one and all, to Adventures in Lawyerland, or Japan, I guess they call it also. We've even got the set layout from the second trial here. That's cute. So, for those who might not be familiar, Ace Attorney Chronicles and the Ace Attorney games in general are sort of mystery-themed visual novels where we play an aspiring law student turned lawyer as they attempt to prove themselves in a series of dramatic and thoroughly ridiculous court cases. This game is very silly, is what it is. And it's been quite fun so far. We're jumping back into the adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band, which saw us teaming up with none other than Sherlock Sholmes, who's a Sherlock Holmes knockoff, and his assistant Wilson. We seem to be framed for the murder of our own friend, Kazuma. Multiple Organism, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Yeah, silly in the best possible way. Definitely. So we are aboard the ship, the SS Burya. We hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yeah, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? Shortly after putting my handcuffs back on, he took them off so that we could do finger guns at each other, and then he put the handcuffs back on. It was a good moment. So we can now examine this room. Is there anything to examine here? Oh yeah, we've already examined this room, by and large. Very cool. We can take him, that's right. We can take him. So I go back to the other room? Yeah, we can go back to Kazuma's cabin. Let's see if there's anything new here. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh yeah. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. he's not here. Already investigated in here, too. Some of these are unmarked, so I'll just double check real quick here. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. He saw a speckled band dangling from the ventilator grill. A snake, we think. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it, she says. Okay. That door leads to the second-class area, and there's no one guarding it. It is locked. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gave me a very stern look when she said that. Dang. Investigate the clues we already have. Saw the article about the ballerina, too. Okay. I feel like I have any substantial clues at this time. Why you look like that? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Definitely not that. Next time I have to show you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter, understand? I don't want to know. Until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face. Concerning. Actually, not quite sure what I meant to do now. Game has given me so very little agency up to this point that it's actually a bit odd to be asked to do something. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. That's right. So we're supposed to look for Inspector Hosonaga, but he's not here? And the only other place I can go is my cabin. Is he? Oh, he's right here. I think I missed that. You just didn't look around. Ah, you're back. Inspector, you look even worse than normal. What happened to your face, man? Your glasses are broken. Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel with his fists and then toss me overboard. And he was only half lying. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yeah, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. He was really bad at his job, though. I think his name was something like Herr Lock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it! What about next door? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? He coughs when he lies, by the way. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Now, I guess they do. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Small, huh? Tell us, Inspector, please. What is the new information? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. What weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. That's one way to say that. Getting hit in the head really hard hurts. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Thank you. I trust you, he says. And he didn't break out into coughing when he said that. If I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? A report from the SS Buria's medical officer giving the cause of death as a spine injury. And? Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept around the floor. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? By the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? That must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? I'm guessing by taste. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Far Eastern. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganov has gone. That's right, Seaman Beef Stroganov is his name. The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms. Oh yeah, that guy. These Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? That must be Herlock. Or maybe the ballerina. I did it the great detective way. No, that's definitely Sherlock Holmes. Herlock. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Get back in the cabin and investigate. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Ugh. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as possible. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama? What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Let's investigate. All the books have toppled over together, every single one. You think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. A cheap reused asset, surely. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and it fell against the bookcase. I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you! You did it! Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things exactly as they were at the scene of the crime. Let's shift it up a bit. Make it look nice in here. Yeah, that's way better. Displayed in this cabin, too. The rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects. Suppose Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret. Her special friend, I mean, her pet. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganov doesn't find it and throw it overboard. So do I. Oh my, her case is open. It's completely empty, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Burya. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? That's not what I wanted to do. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied the cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Okay. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances. Exactly, we have no choice. Have to eat the garbage. There's hardly anything in here at all. Well, that's a little disappointing. You know, went rummaging through the garbage for nothing? Bummer. Naruhodo-san, are you there? What? Yes, I'm here. Oh, good. Thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking again. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have a strange compulsion to jump into wardrobes, you know. This wasn't even my idea. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in here, but no luck. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator to another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. The bag is not a thing. Oh, this is, though. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. It's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated, and she gave it a good tug, too. Isn't that going to summon someone? No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Glad she's taking this seriously. Okay, I think we got everything in here. Peek. It would seem this teapot is suspiciously empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into the cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'll lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Naruhodo-san. Wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship safe? I'm pretty sure that even if there's a leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the ship is gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Those excessively thirsty Russians are bad shipbuilders, apparently. I think we got everything in here. It's not very much evidence, though. Thing that really feels like it helps our case much. We even have a case. I guess we're done in here. Okay. Cabin door has the same sort of bolted latch that our cabin had. Can't enter from outside. No chance of using magnets. Really think there's no way to get in here. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Did we add anything to the court record here? We did not. Okay. Let's head back to our cabin. Interesting. I wonder if she's telling us everything. I'm not sure. There's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san. To be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. So who wrote it? You, where'd you go? I was, peeing. Even Hosonaga did. We'll roll him into a ball and throw him into a cold room. Quite the treatment. Hope the inspector doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. Could be a long time. To look after the ship's property, unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. Really is such a beautiful color. Suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. How can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish? I'm telling you, by taste. We should find him again. Yes, so-called great inspector. I think we should investigate some more in this area, she says. Let's have a look around, see if we can spot anything. I think I found something. It's Mr. Sholmes. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was a doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What, you want to fight? I'll fight you. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured it now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Wouldn't be the first time today, buddy. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman, who's usually on guard here. Oh yeah, the ship's log. After 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank, which means that there was nothing to report. Ha 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 ha! You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. Whoa, casual racism. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Why are you pointing at her? Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all will become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. How many more times can I make him say nothing to report? These are very important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been logged. Now, that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. It's either this or the highway, you understand? Ha 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 ha! That was a joke. There's no roads out here. We're in the ocean. Oh, ouch. Laughed too hard. You okay, buddy? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Happens all the time for a great detective, you know? Too much brain juice turns into a headache. Till next time, my friends. And he goes off still singing. Weirdo. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Story? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache myself. Sort of continuous throbbing. Okay, that's all you got? I think that's all you got. Ding-a-ling-ding. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace to impact. Brace for impact. Apparently a quarter mile is too close. I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Can't stand. Susato-san, hold on for me. And then things were thrown into chaos. I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Open up, police! Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Unbolt the door, quickly. Bolt? Look at that. The bolt shut on its own when the ship... tilted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before, again. But no one was exercising vigorously. Doesn't make any sense. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued? was a much shorter little chapter than part 1. Onwards to part 3. Keep going. SS Burya, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. My friend here is about to change that. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is only the quiet part of the ship at the moment. The only quiet part. I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, dressed in all black. You are the devil. Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but not devil. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? What? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Opening cases is a crime. Is it not enough he killed someone? And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. He is right. You're devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? You mean the brig? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. I'll just leave. Somehow doubt we shall be able to leave here. Time to reinvestigate everything. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where crawfish hibernate? Hiya! Wait. Susato, what are you doing? Everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission and went through your things, but get out. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... Get out! It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Well, it's not going to be the Russian guy. Is the detective in here? Yeah. What are you doing here? Mr. Sholmes? He's got the tiara on, too. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not know? There isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Why were you hanging from the hook then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wished to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. Never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to this great case. Ah, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning, when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Yeah, we've mentioned this quite a few times. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? Ha ha ha. You would think this is funny? I could not even put my arm through that hole. It's because your arms are huge, dude. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? How's it going, Carl Sagan? The VOD from today is absurd. Both runs today were actually insane. Just sheer nonsense. So I hope you continue to enjoy. It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? I can hear a faint whistling. Some sort of speckled band. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Keep your pants on, Mr. Sholmes. Behold! Oh, it's hideous! Kind of cute, actually. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. The snack. Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes? One thing. What troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It's more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? What? It's a trap? Oh. I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Osogi. Looks like he can't speak with that snake on his face. I like him more this way. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, which we'll have to fix. The Great Deduction. Topic 1. Intruder's Identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart starts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. That which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin and adopted one with a different pattern. Like all snakes do. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended to the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Topic 2. How Mr. Asogi die. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom, which we already ruled out. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. It was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friends. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim had not been dispatched, you'd release the snake again. You deny this snake has undergone such training. It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Time to point out the flaws. This concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature to kill. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? Just, about your deductions. I think that was a load of bull. Welcome questions to my methods, and I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, good, I guess. First of all, here, I have a book. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You what? And reptiles, don't drink milk. Oh. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. And most of them can't digest cow's milk. So I'm not sure you could train a snake using milk as a reward. I think you'd have to pay them. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. So I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. And yeah, snake charming is mostly theater. It's not successfully training a snake to do anything. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins. And it should try harder. Please don't be angry with the snake, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through extensive training, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is, this snake is an amateur. Is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, not again. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones, and then give him credit for it. Wait, what? But we're the ones making the deductions. No, Mr. Sholmes is doing that. We're just modifying them. I see. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. For you to come in and save the day again, so that I can look good. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again, because it's finger-pointing time. You've done it again! Handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? No one knows. Fear not, I shall see they're restored after you're done pointing. Really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular again. But better this time. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. You're looking at the snake. He does have a pained expression on her face. Yeah, that's true. I think she's guilty. He looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. You're not sure Mr. Sholmes has quite read her correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Mrs. Pavlova. What else is causing her pain? Her right ear. Claw scratch on her hand. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! Looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Oh yeah, I gotta present it. That's right.
Yes!
Claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? You can tell the deduction was correct because it made a smacking noise. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder? Why, naturally it was the snake. As I suspected, another telltale glance. Right at the snake. Nothing else you could be looking at here. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws. Do they? No, they don't. Oh. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then. If that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Is there anyone behind Mr. Stroganov? I think it is Mr. Stroganov himself. Although I don't know how he scratched her. Have any other silly options, right? I don't think so. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in this direction. Right at Seaman Stroganov. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator. Don't forget that I managed to fit inside Kazuma's trunk when we first boarded the ship. Would ask what that proves, but I don't want to know. Okay, that is not correct. Question mark. Your friend is the teapot. Wait, what's in the photograph? Kitty! Aha! Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? It's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. What a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit? A black kitten. And from the look of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Oh, I can, from the picture, okay. So, Tom recommends something here. Yes! You! Considering the fact that you ran away from your homeland on your own, you have no friends at the moment, except yourself. I mean, it's not my intention to make you feel bad. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. Find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it. Oh. Try again. You have no friends. Tough life. Okay, so it is the kitty cat. Probably.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. But what is clear is that this kitten murdered my friend. Uh-oh, another correct deduction. She was smacked in the face. Darka is my best friend. Couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the cat is black. Doesn't make any sense. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, cats are not speckled. The specimen's markings do not fit that description. What explanation can we then give? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Which you are trying but failing to conceal. It's definitely not snakeskin. If she'd left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Correct. Ploys like that are Mrs. Sholmes's speciality. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Thought deduction was his speciality, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What is she actually trying to hide? It's a whip.
Yes!
Personally, I find it hard to see how this could possibly be a snake skin. But that's what makes me think it is. That's not what I meant to do. When all else fails, say the least likely thing. You concentrating, you've identified exactly what I did originally. Oh yeah, so I have. Well, I do understand, as inimitable as I am, people do like to try. But you won't make a great detective like that. Not even a great detective's assistant. An assistant's assistant, then. I'll think again. What exactly is she trying to hide? Just spacebar on it. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. Long piece of cloth. Looks like a handle on one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. Sort of thing that's common in the West. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You need only wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Sounds adorable. It is. Okay.
Yes!
Now present it. Yes! The thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator with your extremely long arms. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. Nor could your cat assassin. Why? My dear boy, there can only be one answer. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to violence, but also to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Stall. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Tyrabox, thanks for 10 months of support. Why did the cows keep returning to the marijuana field? Pot was calling the cattle back. That's great. What Mr. Shomes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Shomes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. He wasn't poisoned. It would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. Poison or strangling. His neck was broken? Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Demon Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no. Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. It's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind him and deal him a fatal blow. Suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? This is our best bet.
Yes!
An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. I call it my tongue. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of delicious shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? The facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's dead? It can't be true. I refuse to accept this. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that he a clumsy fool. But, and if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in the cabin, somewhere in this direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Still the tiara? I think it's still the tiara. Oh, there's also the basket of waste paper. Okay, what's in here? Presumably there's not much rubbish in here. Oh! Aha! Broken piece of glass, isn't it? Suspiciously purple.
Yes!
That's right, you hid the evidence in the basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket of your cabin. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Is that in that hushed Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. Evidence. Evidence. It's not part of her ballet performance. Ah, yes.
Yes!
It's the cat's bell. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. It was the cat. Cat murdered this man. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Cat murder. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Pained ... Twice. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry? Death by tripping over a cat. What? Okay. Deduction complete. Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become anxious and nervous in new environments. Like ships. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin with your very long arms. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait. But then... meow! Thud. The deed was done. Your assassin struck. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scaredy cat. Scared they would send me back. Hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where's the snake? If the snake isn't your friend, then whose snake is this? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here. How did that snake get into the cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human? But my dear burly fellow, our gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mices, big fat round mouses. Oh. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageways out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb a bell cord, and it's not even venomous? How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Pirozko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He tripped over a cat. Miss Pavlova, I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, That no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Mikotopa? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident, if you will. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? It does seem kind of lame as a solution to the case. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. Truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Man tripped over the kitten.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves the victim's death was no mere accident. Which I think is the word written on the floor here.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Doesn't seem very likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. So Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. Is it the mark on the floor or something else? I'm not sure. Could be the ship's log, too, although that wasn't in the room. So it seems unlikely. Yeah, it needs to be in the room. Mark on the floor seems evidence of an accident. His diary?
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think? No. I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it. If it was no accident, we should be looking for one of two things. The absence of something you would expect to find, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compendiously put, my dear madam. Clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. I don't think it would be my pin. Things like that would not. That was what we had. The keep out paper seal doesn't seem likely either. It's not his diary, it's not the photograph. It can't be either of these articles, so it has to be the mark on the floor. Has to be.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. Yes, and how did the other half leave the room? What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes, remember that we found the other half in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Osogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene, to disguise the truth. To cover up their own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Osogi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yeah. The only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
Yes! It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. I couldn't have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ha ha ha! Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I was asleep in there. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Osogi really died. But why wouldn't the person have taken all the pieces of the bell? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yeah, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganov? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was here in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. You what? This is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet. Is impossible. He's right. But wait. I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Sada, we've been over this. Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. They are watertight doors. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could be used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so I thought I'd bring it up again. So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? Put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. Don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door across from the outside. How's it going, Is a Smash? Want to try your hand at some data visualization? Do I share my Spire runs in log files anywhere? I don't know if they're available on the website. Let's see. Exclamation point data. No? We've done data analysis on Spire runs once or twice on stream. And I feel like somebody made a visualization of my run data at some point before. But I'm trying to remember if I have a public link to my run data anywhere at the moment. I feel like I put it on my Discord somewhere. Check something. Data analysis, pin messages. Ah! Now there's 200 there. Yeah, so in the Discord, here's our link to our Discord. In the data analysis channel, there is a link to some of my run data in a pinned message under Baylor 200. There might be a Baylor 400 linked in there somewhere as well that has the data from the runs I did in 2022. If you cannot get your hands on anything, give me a DM me on Discord, and I can create a run history package for you with more runs. I think I've got a lot kicking around somewhere. Anyway, we were looking at this. Wait. I gotta present, right?
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over. That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. It's what's known as a force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book at least? What kind of book tells you about inertia and that snakes don't drink milk? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over the books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into the cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed... The SS Buria made another emergency stop? It should be in ship log somewhere if they did. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little bit odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Like a cat. Oh yeah, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then we came into the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over. Just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Oh, awesome, Mrs. Smash. So happy to hear it. Feel free to share anything that you create visualization-wise in that same Discord channel so that other interested people might be able to find it. Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yeah, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? Report to the captain, you are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we now have learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. Or maybe open, depending on which direction we're going. So what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You two are idiots. Burya is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop in middle of night, there would be chaos. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Why, the ship's log, of course. There are no entries after 2 a.m.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Is that not correct? Da, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the back passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report," every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was reported at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write, "nothing happened," wouldn't you? Uh-oh. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. It wasn't nothing. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to write in nothing. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. It's true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? What do you... But what of the throbbing, Twitch chat? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head. Since this morning. We have all got a headache. Oh. Well, yeah. I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I still have a headache. So do I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. Everyone was concussed when the ship made an emergency stop in the middle of the night. And that's why this case has been so dumb. It's the brain damage talking. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and cuffed. Why didn't I wake up when that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? I plead the fifth. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, there are rats on the ship. He was always happy to share his meals, too, Kezima. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of it. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken. That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say they did drug the whole ship? Or at least this cabin area? I do. The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. We threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Da, we could not make old drug. How you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. He was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion that their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? Indeed, game, what is the point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. Sea monsters. Sirens. Russia from our ship. A laudable trait. What? I am quite sure of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. You hear it with your hands. And your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come to solve the case. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh dear. Cuffs are coming back off. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Osogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. It suggests that somebody else was at the crime. Left ear. Got an earring. 2 earrings. Interesting. Chunky arms. Sailor's hat. Examine this, right? She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. What's that? There's something dangling from her ear. That's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood? It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like this, in their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears. Well, jewelry is beautiful. He's only got one. An earring, is it? Really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. If that's the case, it doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
Yes!
I noticed the dainty jewelry you're wearing on your ears, Miss Pavlova. Were we to find a piece of those earrings in Mr. Osogi's cabin, it would prove beyond doubt that you were there. Although we haven't actually found anything yet. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes. It was. We don't have any indication of that earring, do we? A trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or if that's not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene, accidentally or deliberately. Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides, is my advice. Oh, I see. There's a stain. There's an ink stain on his shirt. Aha! There we go. Oh, look at this! It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Looks like ink.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I couldn't hold it. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Purple ink. Yeah, it's gonna be this, right?
Yes!
It's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh! The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform. Which means you must have been in the room in the moments immediately after it was spilt. All right, yes. I was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop, and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please. You must help me do a murder. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? I had my cat murder him. Please help me. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. Kitten escaped through ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck. Wait, that was me. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after that. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. But when you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Mr. Sholmes? This photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. Then why is he pointing at the words?
Yes!
This word in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. If you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. Slightly lower.
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. We're open? And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that again. Okay, we're not pointing at the hands. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? Yeah, I just indicated his hand. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. Wow. Yeah, the other hand is closed. Okay, yeah.
Yes!
All right, if he really fell, then this fist doesn't seem right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Cat hair. Show us, please. Yeah, the earring? Why, of course, my dear madam, would I keep you in suspense? The earring. This is what I found. Oh! Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does that tell us? It tells us nothing. Not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. The truth is now tantalizingly close. So is the merciful end of this segment. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own two eyes, you dunce.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little ink link holding it must have broken. What? But looking at your other ear... Whoa, people have 2 ears? I notice a crescent moon. Exactly like the one we have. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? It's Pavlova. Mr. Osogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor, killed by your cat. In other words, last night in Mr. Osogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then, the question is, why did Mr. Osogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth for real this time. What happened last night? What did you do to Kazuma? Niet, she says. But very drawn out niet. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after my horrible long day... Darko, wait! Yes, that was no, but in Russian. That's exactly what that was. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. That doesn't make any sense still. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Knock. Knock. Dot, dot, dot. Plunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave, he tripped over a cat. Yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. That's when I decided to become a lawyer. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai. Can't fool him. I'll have to tell him the truth. Or kill him. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Meow! Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganov, who was out on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out on third floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." That's what she said, just like that. So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. Duh. Close wardrobe doors and put back strange paper aside. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Drag young man's body to good place and use ink that was spilling to right on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that the person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button. Duh. Accordingly, the SS Berea did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. You said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. He said... "What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector?" He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. That if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I killed him. May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't. No, he was walking over to do it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. You told me it was the last clue, you liar. What, another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? We determine whither the young man's gaze was directed. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes. But still, cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. In order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. What exactly was Kazuma looking at? Bell cord, the bed, the wardrobe. My options? He said he wanted a second opinion, so why wouldn't he look at the wardrobe? My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, sleeping soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. What's it say about the bed? Pillow was too thin. Let's assume it's the wardrobe.
Take that!
Take that! Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. However, what is directly beside the bell cord? Me. Wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? Chicken bones. Man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Oh. Ms. Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words? I could use another opinion here. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter, who lives in a wardrobe. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burya was finally laid to rest. GG. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. Good story. Demon Stroganoff wanted to help our angel, no matter what. but I didn't think about you. About how you lost a good friend. We'll go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. It's kind of you. Noble of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again, so I can point at things. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. Do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. I did stow away after all, couldn't really expect any difference. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. What's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And yes, we're expected to sleep in the room where our friend died. Thankfully, someone seems to have washed the chalk off the floor. Now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now, knowing that it's a small, adorable cat, this is a much harder process than I thought. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. I can't hate a kitten. No one can hate a kitten. I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering. As a result, I've let everyone down. I'm a terrible waiter. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. You're not even supposed to be here. Wait. Where'd these come from? Ha 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 ha! Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. You keep pointing everywhere like a maniac. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway, after all. Ha 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 ha! He thinks this is funny? He does. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, and though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report. Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, right? I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice. Was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no other lawyer, Mr. Sholmes. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I am afraid. But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves a suitable lawyer. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be a lawyer? No, you're not a lawyer. Unless... Are you a lawyer? No, I'm not. But... Maybe I'm a lawyer. I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month to study, to become a lawyer. Mr. Naruhodo? Ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Not with that attitude. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Or Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Even his own life. He was passionate. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think anyone who's lucky enough could pass the bar without studying it, right? You just fill in C on every multiple choice question, and you're probably right on some of them. Seems good enough. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. How much strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and constitution he has. That is the measure of a man. Poor lady. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary attribute points today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, 5 other attributes. My God, you're right. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I'm going to lawyer. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. The sword? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. No, it's a katana. It's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of sleep. We shall fill every spare moment with study. And flashcards. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. What? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. Okay. I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Toss me. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill the Jedi would teach you. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw? Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. You'd have to have a whole animation for throwing Sherlock, so I can only imagine this demonstration is about to occur on us. Yeah! Indeed. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squat. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma. That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Not as irregular as bringing it into the Supreme Court, though, right? Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. That was a great sword. Karuma guides me, I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. End of Case 2. Well, what an adventure. Turns out we weren't the murderer after all. I, for one, am shocked. I, for one, am also very hungry, Twitch chat. It's definitely past dinner time for me. And time that we put an end to the streams for the week. A big thank you to everybody for tuning in, joining me for some ridiculous lawyer action. If you're still here from the Spire earlier, thank you as well for joining for that supreme nonsense. Thank you so much for watching Bismarck, Whatever I'm Me, Galaros, Argits Blarg, Bailey, Vega, Eye of Magi, Adonis Incarnate, and everybody else. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back on Tuesday, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time. Until then, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Till next time, my friends, toodaloo and good night. Bye-bye.